Hello, hello, hello. Happy Thursday, everybody. Welcome back to Pyanodons. Oh, excuse me, I'm stretching. So the other day, we spent a bunch of time getting all of our metals scaled up. Zinc and tin and copper, and maybe those were the big ones. Lead. For our circuit build and trying to get this to, run at its full capacity. We are still not there. We are still behind on some things. We want this to really run at full capacity. And right now, the thing that seems to be one of our limiting factors is glass. I was looking at this a little bit when I was figuring out the thumbnail. And the glass situation is fuel, and the fuel situation is, you're not going to believe this, we're browning out again. Which means that all of our coal processing is really super screwy right now. So one of the things that I want to do is, last time we tried to brown out proof some parts of the system a little better. This runs itself, which is great. And now I actually made sure that its pumps are all on that electric network as well. So this is always pumping steam down into the main system. But some other things are still not really brownout proof, like my geothermal, which is running under capacity. Hey, B. Jonas. So what I want to do is I want to go around to all my geothermal spots, and I want to drop down some fish turbines and some batteries so that geothermal is isolated from the main power grid and can always run at full capacity. And that will hopefully help a little bit with our power death spirals. Not going to help totally, and fish turbines are not great, but we don't need a ton of power at each geothermal spot. So I think they will be good enough for our purposes. Each fish turbine is, half a megawatt, and I think each of these geothermals will take about 2 megawatts. 1 megawatt plus 1.03, a little over 2 megawatts. So yeah, 4 turbines at each geothermal. What am I looking for? Where am I? I want to go this way. Let's grab inductors from our inductor box. And I think I have 3 geothermal spots, so I'm going to need a total of 12 turbines. Oh, I need more fish. Oops. Running all over the place here. But steel is here. All right, 12th fish turbine. This is not going to solve my power problems. It's just going to make the brownouts less likely to turn into longer-term blackouts, because we're going to keep some of our baseline power running a little, excuse me, a little more consistently. Oh, the other part that I needed for this is accumulators. I completely forgot I need to make those. Accumulators are just batteries and circuits and iron, right? Yeah. Because the wind turbines have such high variance, I need to make sure that I leave enough accumulator capacity up there to make up for that. Batteries are going to be down at the new circuit build. I'll need to grab some more circuits too. Should have, yeah. Ooh, 30 batteries for each of these. Okay. Did I not put these in a box? I thought I had a box of batteries. It's not. I guess I'm going to start with 2 accumulators at each spot. Oh yeah, I've got plenty of batteries now. Start with 2 accumulators at each spot and see if that's enough to keep everything going, and if not, I will need to add more. Okay, let's try this again. Up to... Yeah, and that's the other thing that I need to figure out, is getting the pumps for some of these should probably also be on those networks. But for now, even just having this part will help. So fish turbines, and these are annoying because they need to be spread out. And a couple of accumulators. Cool. This is running at full speed now. Now I've got to do that to 2 more places. And the other thing I need to do is figure out... I might not need to deal with these pumps. We'll see. Where do I need to go next? All the way over there. Yeah. And then once this is done, there's probably still going to be some more work to do to get power stable. But I'm hoping this will at least help, keeping the geothermal running at full capacity even when the rest of the base isn't doing well. Because right now, these power death spirals are not doing me any favors. That should already be helping some of this system run more consistently. Maybe that fixed it. Maybe that's enough. I do still want to get the third one, obviously, on its backup system as well. And ideally, I'd be running all of the pumps that push the geothermal water around off of the geothermal power grid. But getting all that gridded separately from all of the rest of the power that's going out to other outposts right now is just not a project that I feel like taking on if I can get the rest of the system stable enough without doing it. Oh. Well, my disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. I filled up my water bottle before the stream, but I forgot to carbonate it. So I have still water to drink. Like some sort of plebeian. And I'm hoping getting more of the power grid stable will also help a little bit with the liquid fuel issues. Because right now, what am I saying? Right now, when the power grid browns out, that obviously wrecks all of our coal processing, right? So stabilizing things will hopefully keep everything running a little bit better. Okay. That should hopefully be enough there. And we should see the... Yeah, this is all running well. We have excess capacity again. Obviously, miners and electrolyzers are going absolutely hog wild because I built up a bunch of new metals capacity on Tuesday, and that's just going to take... Ooh, uranium. Okay. Something else I need to check. I was told on YouTube that I may have messed up a couple of the inserters on tin. So I'm going to check that real quick while I'm thinking about it. And then we're going to look at how our liquid fuel production is looking. And if there's anything we need to do or can do to improve that. Yep, I did miss a couple of these. What's interesting is there's no input, probably because these aren't getting enough steam. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me because we were browned out, and power is prioritized over tin mining and all the other consumers on the steam bus. So when we come up here, look at... Not that pipe. Where is it? No, steam comes up here somewhere. Here it is. Steam. I should really know where this forks from the rest of the system. Okay, it comes off of here as an overflow. And this is catching up. Alright, so once this buffers enough, this will start dumping steam output. That's fine. We should be seeing all of these basically running full tilt. Yes. All of these basically running as much as they can, yes. Some of them turning off and on as expected. There's more of them here than can actually run on all of the fluids produced. I intentionally unplugged this last time to try to keep coke production up to snuff. Got gasoline production running on and off. We do have anthracene, just not a lot of hydrogen right now. It's surprising to me considering how many electrolyzers are always running. But maybe we're just burning it all. That would be ideal. If we're converting all of our hydrogen into gasoline, I'm okay with that. Then down here, what are we at? These are both doing things. I want to change this at this point. I think it's time finally to set this up with some sort of proper priority system and with a little bit of hysteresis. So I am going to go ahead and do that. And to do that, I need to make some combinators. Do I have what I need to do that? That's the Cybersyn combinator. Down here we go. I need an arithmetic combinator, and I need a decider combinator, and that should be enough. Okay. So arithmetic combinator, we're going to take... Well, first of all, let's turn off control of these. Let's get rid of all these wires. Okay. Arithmetic combinator is going to input... Oh, I need to actually hook up its networks. Input aromatics. And it's going to output aromatics. Aromatics divided by 10. It's going to output that on green. That's fine. And then... actually, I don't want to output that as aromatics. Let's output that as something separate. I'm going to call you... alpha. And then... Where's my decider combinator? Decider combinator. I'm going to take in alpha. And... Okay. Yeah. Right. So our conditions are going to be that if aromatics, sorry, alpha greater than, no, yes, if gasoline is less than 1/10 of aromatics, then we'll output a signal that says we want to use the other, here, we'll call it the fuel signal. We want to use our other fuel. Or, if we have fuel greater than 0, and gasoline, oops, is less than aromatics. I think this does what I want. So this will say that if gasoline... Here, I'm actually going to switch the order so it's consistent. Gasoline is less than alpha. And alpha is 1/10 of aromatics. Then we switch to aromatics until gasoline is greater than aromatics again, and then we switch back to gasoline. Yeah, that's right. Okay. And then you're enabled when gasoline... No. Fuel is equal to 0. You're enabled when fuel equal to 1. And we're outputting and yet you're running. Oh, we're not outputting. Gasoline is, oh, less than. There we go. Oh, and I also need the feedback. Yeah. All right, so now this should actually latch. There we go. Hey, that seems like it's doing what I want. Anyway, it's pumping one of them more consistently for a slightly longer period of time and giving them more time to accumulate, which is kind of, I'm hoping, will help with the glass, because one of the issues with glass is that when pipe is flickering back and forth between fuels, it can be hard for fuel to actually make its way into the system properly. Now, we are still definitely not making enough. But that is... slightly different problem. I'm going to keep an eye on this, and I'm going to see if these are able to start actively accumulating themselves at all. Or if we're kind of constantly sitting at 0 here. Yeah, that's working. That's doing what I want. Okay. So with that, we will hopefully be getting more glass coming into this quote-unquote soon TM, although how much glass demand does circuits need? Let me check YAFC real quick, and I'm not going to flip the input over. Glass is 1.67 per second. And over here, we can make... Okay, in theory, this could do 2.33 glass a second, and there should be very little else demanding glass from this setup other than well, crappy old circuits, of course. And down at this end, I think this is glass that goes up to... What does this go to? Is this for moss gene samples, probably? Yes. Or biosamples, whatever they are. Specifically the biocontainers that use glass. But that's a pretty low demand sink as well. So I think this will be fine. Obviously, it's going to take a little bit of time for glass to catch back up. But it does seem like it's running pretty consistently now that we have made some, well, not 100% consistently. I still see that gas light coming on every once in a while. But better? These are, I mean, I don't know. I don't know if they're getting more full or not. I guess I could try to check. Fluids in the past 5 seconds. I mean... Yeah. I don't know if we're quite to stability yet. But it's trying, and that's what matters. Okay, with that, the next things that are bottlenecks here, I actually think there's only one thing left that's a known bottleneck here. Let's actually flip back to YAFC for that. This design assumed an update to Formica using fiberboard and melamine resin, which I have not set up yet. Oh, hey, this makes aromatics. Cool. And acetone, which I just can't use acetone right now, but it doesn't make a ton of it, so hopefully I can just store it in some big tanks and it'll be okay. But yeah, this will make some oxygen, which is great, and a little bit of aromatics, which is also great. That feeds into our whole liquid fuel system. So this is what we've got to start working on, is the melamine resin, the and the fiberboard for all of these things. So let's go work on that. Formaldehyde we're already making, and I don't know if we're making enough. It says 0.4 boilers worth, so even if we're not currently making enough, I should be able to scale it. This is our formaldehyde plant. Yeah, this says we will need more greenhouses making methane, possibly. It says we need 5, but that includes the methane that goes to cyanic acid processing down here. There's a methane input to one of these things somewhere. Here. So that's all gonna need some balancing, but it does say 5 in total. So I think up here I probably just need like 2 more of these to get everything running reasonably effectively. So I think that's what I'm going to do, is I'll just make 2 more Moondrop greenhouses. We'll be at 6 of them. I think I make plenty of Moondrops for that. I might have to drop in 1 more of these, making actual Moondrops to keep the seeds caught up. I'm not sure. And then the melamine resin itself is made in a fluidized bed reactor. And I'll do that down here with the rest of the melamine processing, wherever that is, here. Because I've got all the ingredients. I just have to pipe down the formaldehyde. I guess the other thing I could do, I mean, copper's right over here, is I could send some copper over this way and do the formaldehyde on site, separate from the existing formaldehyde. But that seems worse. I'd always rather run a pipe than a belt. That's kind of my general feeling about these things. Glass is here. Okay. So I said I wanted to make one more of these doing actual moondrops. And then 2 more of these guys. And how do I want to make this slightly less screwy? Can I make this slightly less screwy, or do I just give up and put a splitter here? I think I just give up and put a splitter here. The whole point of this operation is to make circuits less expensive, so let's achieve that. Okay, so that should be plenty of the... I gotta get this hooked up too, of course. Plenty of these guys now. And that's plenty of formaldehyde. Right now, the formaldehyde just goes over... I don't know exactly what route it takes, but it comes over here to where we're currently making formica. And that's fine. What do we need for fiberboard? Fiberboard needs treated wood, raw fiber, steam, and sodium hydroxide. Let's get that figured out. Okay, I have my raw fiber and my treated wood right here. Wow, that is some old infrastructure. This is all old infrastructure. These are using inserters as splitters still. Okay. And what am I using for a fiberboard? A pulp mill. What do I need to make a pulp mill? I have it all. Beautiful. All right. You're gonna be, I don't know, here. Just because I have everything I need up here, and I don't want to... Again, I'd rather run stuff through... well... And this is the question. What do I have down here already? I do have... I mean, some of this stuff, but that's the fuel belt. And I intentionally do a bunch of filtering up here to ensure that we split off the items that we have demand for early, including raw fiber. So I think I do want to have the pulp mill around here somewhere. And I do have the space to do the build. I'm just thinking about, I'm going to have to route out... Well... I mean, I have... If I do all the Formica up here, then instead what I have to do is route in the melamine resin. And that's not necessarily a bad thing? Question mark, question mark, question mark. It's only one a second. Because then I can just keep using the same belt that sends down the... This is what I'm thinking, right? Is I can use... So we'll have this gadget right here making Formica. Maybe not right there, but maybe right... Well, right here, but then I'll have to move some things around. I don't know, something like that around here. And that just spits into the same pile of everything else. And, we'd have to make the fiberboard up here, and that's fine. And then we'd have to send up the melamine resin, which, I mean, honestly, I've cleared so much crap out of here that I could certainly do it. Like, there's places to send the melamine resin up into this area pretty easily. All right, I think I've talked myself into it. I'm gonna do fiberboard here. Let's do it. Let's get our pulp mill, which I know I built. Right here. That is going to be fed there. Okay, this is going to need a steam input, and it has tall oil and black liquor outputs. The tall oil is burnable. So what I'm going to do there is grab what I need for an oil burner. Burner. And we'll just burn that on site to make some of the steam that's needed. What do I need for an oil burner? Iron plates, and some other stuff. Okay. And then, I guess just an electric boiler, because I am not sure if I have... Well, I'll make both. If I have what I need on site for... Which is to say, if I can find our main fuel pipe nearby, I can use that with a gas burner. But if I don't see that pipe... Is it this one, or is this just aromatics? Okay, it's this one. Okay, I can bring that down. In that case, we'll use 2 oil burners. One there, one... Ooh. Yeah, working in this space is gonna be tight, but I will get it figured out. I could definitely move some of these belts around if I decide I care as well. I'm not sure if I care. Oh, that's awful. Okay, so this is one of the 2. Water in. Okay. This will be hooked up here. And these will be just connected by a top-up valve on overflow mode, or sorry, top-up mode, so that we always burn the output tall oil before we go to pulling from the main fuel pipe. And then we'll grab the main fuel pipe. How do I want to send it down? Here? That's probably fine. Oop. Oh, I'm out of undergrounds. There we go. What else do I need while I'm up here? I can always use more regular pipes. I've got plenty of everything else. Yes. Okay, this now just needs... I'm going to need the output for the black liquor. I'm going to need to deal with that. And then I'm going to need... Actually, we're going to move that over there. Sodium hydroxide input, and that is off of an electrolyzer, which I don't have. Oh, these are big. Let's see. Really, this is what I get for trying to fit all this in the existing space. This whole thing... Just the important part. That goes up there. Alright, that gives me a little more room to work with in here. Probably not enough to actually build the electrolyzer. These don't really need to be... Alright, can I do it now? Yes, I can. Beautiful. And that'll be saltwater electrolysis. Spitting out hydrogen and chlorine. Salt water comes from a washer, which of course I don't have the parts for. Chlorine needs to be turned back into... I think my only sink for chlorine is still basically to turn it into... Yeah. To turn iron plates into rust, and then turn that rust back into iron plates. That's fine. So we'll take chlorine as an output here. And, Let's see. Where do I want this to go? I guess I want it to go, like, up here, because I can feed the rust right back in. Or at least someplace where I have easy access to iron plates, and then I can feed the rust back in. So, like, I guess we don't have to go much further than, like, here. I've got space to work here. So what do I use to turn chlorine into iron plates? It's a high-pressure furnace. Which I also can't make right now. Okay. Let's grab the stuff that I need for that, and for my washer. Oh, good. All right. And then the rust output from this, I'm going to have to send off somewhere. Oh, and that's only half of 1 per second. I don't need big inserters for that. All right, that should be that part. So that's recycling the chlorine from this, and then washer needs to be near stone. I have stone down here somewhere. I know I do. Yeah, here's stone. I'll just do the washer down here and route up the pipes. That'll be easier. And again, do we have water here? Yes. Yes, we do. Okay. At least in theory we do. Did I disconnect this somewhere at some point? Okay, there we go. And then the saline water needs to make its way up there. Sure. All right, and is that actually enough for this? I didn't even double check how much. No, I need 3 washers. Which is a lot of stone, but turns out I have plenty of stone right now. So I'm not even worried. If I move this outpost, it's going to screw up my whole caravan, isn't it? All right, move all of these over 1. Oh, and of course that broke all the rest of the pipes. So let's just fix that. Okay, saline water. And that's going to be being gulped up by this electrolyzer, which is pushing in sodium hydroxide. And tell me when electrolyzer's enough. Yes. Beautiful. So that just leaves... we're going to have the actual wood processing unit, which needs to take this plus the melamine resin. It's still really tempting to just put it here, but I don't think that's quite going to work. Oh, some idiot just put this pipe here. Let's do this. Now let's see if I can maybe make this work. Yeah, that's exactly in the wrong spot, Brennan. You really did a fantastic job here. Now I should be able to fit that in. Beautiful. And we'll run this like that. One lower, I guess. We're going to be making a whole, 0.2 fiberboard per second. All right, that's not a problem. And then the other thing we're going to need here is the melamine resin. What are you short of? What? These have no input. Oh, low power again. Okay. Yep. All right. This is keeping up as I had hoped it would. Yeah. The pumps aren't necessarily running full capacity, but the question is, how much is that impacting this thing's ability to run? It seems like it's trying. What? Wait. What do you mean this is a 20 megawatt power grid? What do you mean? I split my power grid somewhere. Okay. Oh, there's your problem. Okay, this is the good side. This is the good side. Was it here? Was literally this connection load bearing? Yes, it was. All right, let's try to make that look a little more official. There, I fixed it. Well, there it goes. Well. My base is a mess. Okay. Oh, and I need to deal with the black liquor output. Let's deal with that last output first, because that's easy. That just needs a gasifier and some oxygen, and it makes aromatics and acetone. The question is, where can I best pull the oxygen pipe? This is O2 over here. Okay. And then I can feed into aromatics pretty easily up here, too. So I think I'm going to send this pipe pretty far north. Yeah. I need a gasifier, which just needs a little more steel. Okay. Do I have steel here? I do. Look at that. How big are these? Not small, not huge. Okay. And then, oh good, I've got some tanks. Perfect. I can't do anything with the acetone that this creates yet. So we are back to my favorite pastime of the tank farm. My favorite temporary long-term solution. And then we need to feed this into aromatics, and I believe this is an aromatics pipe that I can feed into. Yes. All of this is feed in a bowl. Okay. Theory, that's right. So this is not running because... Oh, I didn't get the hydrogen output hooked up. Yeah, that'll matter. Where can I get to hydrogen? I know I've got hydrogen belts crisscrossing this whole place. There's one over here. Okay, that's probably the easiest one to get to. All right, now I just need the melamine resin. So over here, I've expanded these doodles. This does look like it's keeping up with demand, because this one's not running. So I think well, these aren't actually running yet. I'll have to check on this later. But for now, it's keeping up. And let's see. Right, I need to decide where to bring in... Actually, that pretty much goes where I want it to right now. I need to bring formaldehyde down to where I'm doing augs, just to... Over one more. Okay. So down here, to make the melamine resin, I need a fluidized bed reactor, I need a little bit of urea, and I need the melamine. Let's clean up all this stone and get my inventory totally trashed again. Oh, I can actually build the fluidized bed reactor. Beautiful. Melamine resin. So, if this is bringing in formaldehyde here. Yep. We need a little bit of urea. Yeah, and the vast majority of it goes to these, so I can just split it here. That's fine. As well as a little bit of melamine. That all goes in there to make melamine resin. That's not quite enough. We need a couple extra inserters there. Okay. Bop. Bop. And the melamine resin needs to get sent back up into this mess to this thing. So I think it'll come up, I guess where recycled flora is coming up, kind of through here. And then I can zigzag it up to where it needs to go. Yeah, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that plan. So let's just double check the recycled flora. Yeah, there's plenty of space to bring it up through here. And this will make 2 a second. All right, so let's grab a couple of outserters. How are those? You know what? I think I'm actually going to go up and over this one sooner. In theory, it's going to take a little while for it to work its way up this ridiculous belt that I just made. But, yeah, there's the resin. And that should unbottleneck our circuit production on circuit boards. Assuming that, you know, other things have managed to unbottleneck themselves, which they haven't. Cool, glass is still busted. Is it still busted on fuel? I mean, I guess I did brown out the base, so it's hard to judge if things have started to recover or not. Okay, and here come the first... Oh, actually, I probably have some in my inventory, don't I? Yeah, I picked some of this stuff up as I was shuffling around. I should drop stuff off where I can. Get it out of my inventory. Lead ore can come down to the lead sorting. And I'll have to go drop off some stuff at zinc later. I've got moondrops and moondrop seeds. I've got melamine resin. I've got so much stuff in the inventory. Yeah! Look at those batches of Formica now. Beautiful. Where's moondrops? Moondrops are right up here. Yeah. So this system is going to be turning on more often. Oh, these aren't one system. Oops. What a pain. Okay. The FC says we need 6 methane a second for formaldehyde, and we need 6.3 methane a second for the other thing. Each of these makes 4. So that means... What? I'm so confused. How did we end up with 4.6 moondrop greenhouses? If these make 4 a second, and we're only consuming 3 a second, .36. Okay, that's 12.3. So 3, 4. I'm not sure. At any rate, I think. Let me see here. How do I want to try to do this? I mean, I guess if I just put a pump down here. With an overflow before it. Or actually, the overflow works as a pump, doesn't it? I don't even have to do that. So yeah, let's just do that. Let's say these are the same network. And then we'll just put this here as an overflow. Yep. And then this is going to be trying to run at full tilt for a while because it's going to be refilling this formaldehyde pipe. But it should have success with that because this is making it faster than we need it. So I think this should be okay. So we're making 0.16 moondrops a second, and we're demanding 0.6 moondrop seeds a second. So 0.6 times 1.5? No. 0.16 times 1.5 is 0.24. Okay, so I might need more moondrop thingies making moondrops to feed into this system. We might start running short. And I've got space around here to build them, so maybe I should just do that. So this will consume up to 1 moondrop a second. So let's make... These make 0.04. That's just so obnoxious. Anyway, I think if my math is right, I need to... You know what? Let's do this in YAFC. Let's not try to do math ourselves. So... If if I want to be making methane out of moon drops, and I say I have 6 of these fully moduled, and then wait. Sorry. Maybe I'm using the wrong recipe in here. Am I missing one that's related to my turd? Is that the problem? No. This is the recipe I'm using. But Yafsi and Factorio seem to disagree about how much methane this would actually produce, which concerns me. 100 in 15 seconds. 100 in 15 seconds. Oh, maybe the Factorio interface is just rounding on me. Maybe that's the problem. I assume that's what's happening, rather than YAFC is doing bad things with the module computations or something. At any rate, moondrop seeds. We will need to produce moondrops from seeds. Fully moduled, please. Okay, so this says we need 9 greenhouses making moondrops to support 6 greenhouses making methane. And at present I have 4. So I'm gonna triple that, I guess, and leave myself a little room for expansion. So let's get the stuff we need to make 8 moondrop greenhouses. That's 800 iron plates, 320 glass, and a bunch of other stuff. Of course, can't insert anything. Let's use our dump chests. So these are basically just like this part. I'm gonna do them like here and will they fit here? Ah, not even close. Okay. Oh, whoops. I also did not mean to cut those. I meant to copy. All right. Where do I have space? Can I do one up here? I can. Okay, so we're going to do one like here. Yeah, rock is always in the way. And one like here. Over a little bit, give myself a little more room to work. All right. With these, hold over. Let's first get the seeds routed up. And then the output routed down. And no, not even close. Okay. How do I want to do that? That'll do. Actually, no. Let's not do it that way. Let's do it... Let's actually sideload it. Because I'm not sure what side of the belt these things are going to come off on. Probably both. And I want to make sure that we are... what am I trying to say? This system only works if this doesn't start pulling from the wrong side of the belt. Otherwise, this will back up. I don't have enough room for a lane balancer here. So I need to make sure that everything stays on the correct side of the belt for this priority system to work with the Moondrop loop twos. Every once in a while, I do remember how my factory is supposed to work. Feels good. And water. Okay, most of these need modules. That is not a surprise. Did I not get water hooked up? Oh, not to the last one, I didn't. I need a bunch more moondrops. I think what I need to do actually is turn off all of this, grab all of these seeds, use them to be bootstrapping moondrops, and disconnect it here. Really, like here. And that way, I can just keep picking up the moondrops, and the bots will install them in the right places. This is going to take a hot second to fully bootstrap. But I'm curious now how all of this is doing. I go down here. We're looking at... This is still not running on vacuum tubes because we're still not getting glass. And I'm assuming that glass is still a fuel issue. I mean, yes is the answer. Sort of. How's these doing? I mean, they're still sitting around, not doing well. I'm surprised that the... Oh no, I guess it's half of a fluidized bed reactor. So we're making quite a bit more melamine resin than we need right now. And that's just going to be buffered on this belt until the belt fills up. So that's fine. This system is just going to keep running itself in loops, I think. Hopefully not ever backing up on ammonia or cyanic acid. Hard to know, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, ammonia full. Muddy sludge output's full. Oh, yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that should be fine. These should be pulling enough moss when they're looping. But maybe not. Maybe I messed something up there in my maths. I can always double check that. How are we doing here? We are getting some amount. A little bit closer. What do I have left? 7, 10, plus another 16, 26 of them? Alright. Slowly but surely, we're almost there, and then I'll be able to hook everything back up here and turn everything back on. And then ignore my moondrops again for another, hopefully, tens of hours, because that's how long I ignored them for last time. Oh, 4 more? Really? Alright, but that is close enough now that I think we can put the infrastructure back and let the system restore itself to balance here. Interesting. Why is our ash so low coming through here? That is surprising to me. And maybe it shouldn't be, but it is. What's this one, and why is it producing no ash? Okay, that's fine. You're very low volume. Up here, I guess this system's just not running, so there's no ash from this. Yeah, we're like fully backed up on our metals. I guess when the base isn't doing anything. And I mean, I am making 6 science per minute at most, so it's not a, it's never been a very high throughput base, but still. Yeah. I'm surprised these haven't been running more consistently, given how much demand we have for everything else. How much stuff we're pushing into here. Like, we should have lots and lots of excess coal gas in the system. Oh. Well, that's a problem. That should help a little bit with our issues. I wonder how long that's been like that for. But definitely getting that extra, you know, we've been missing a quarter of our coal input into this system. Like, that will definitely be causing fuel issues around the base. What is that? A block of rubber. All right, some kerosene. Let's clean out the inventory a little more. Let's drop off this rubber someplace useful. Let's swing over to stone and drop off the kerosene at the machines that process that. And then... yeah, I mean, this is just slowed down by stone demand, right? That's... not a lot I can do about that. I'm trying to convert... when I'm making cellulose, I'm trying to convert it to use the sodium hydroxide method when I can, because it's more efficient. It gets us, you know, a little bit of stone consumption for the saline water. But ultimately, that's not huge savings. Or a huge consumption, rather, of stone. Our main stone sink is supposed to be... moss, right? And we're just not pulling it. Which surprises me, really, that we're not pulling more moss. Oh. Is that the problem here? No. Oh, we're locked up. There is a problem here, but it's not the problem I thought it was. The problem is that slowly but surely all the barrels have made their way to this side, which isn't moving forward. I mean, I guess it's fine. There's still lots of manure here. And as that pulls from it, the barrels will eventually get sucked through. Interesting. I mean, I guess I could throw a lane balancer onto this thing, but I'm not sure if that really matters. Also, how am I doing on rich clay? Very little, which is good to see that we're not spoiling a ton of the manure. It's going to take a lot for this to be able to catch up. It's trying. I'm seeing aromatics go up over 1,000 here, which is good. I haven't seen that in quite a while. Since I've been playing today, I haven't seen that. So I'm hopeful that maybe we are actually making more than we're consuming now, even if it is just barely. But just because the base has been so screwed up for so long, there's going to be a lot of random demand for places that would normally be better buffered, and it's going to be trying real hard to refill buffers. Also, this belt is very empty, so let's figure that out. This comes from, I think, up here. Oh, yeah. That's, that is maybe a little better. Do I still have one or two more of those in my inventory? Machines? No, that's a ghost. Okay. That is another small thing fixed. I really, really want to see this thing, like, properly turning on. And it's trying, but it's just not there yet. Until we get the glass coming through. Oh, this is looking like a nice, consistent amount of glass rolling through again, though. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure if it can hold that consistently. Something to keep in mind with this whole system is how many pumps are in it and how many times it branches. So, like, we're going to be constantly up at the root of the system here, wherever it is. These are going to keep on draining very, very consistently, right? But we can see that this is like, oh, there's 20-odd aromatics in this branch, and that'll get pumped into other branches, etc., etc. But I think we are making enough liquid fuel now, and hopefully everything is catching up. So if I look at other places where we've been slow, yeah, all of the lead antimony alloy is fully backed up. That's good to see. It's going to take a while for glass to catch up on this belt. I was saying that at the start, and it's worse than it was at the start of the stream. But I think we finally have things working consistently there. The other place we're going to be sending glass is over here, but this consumption should be really, really low. I don't know how many circuits this can actually make, but it's not many. The other thing I want to make sure I'm doing is that we prioritize... yeah, this. That way the circuit boards that we're making for this setup actually come down here and keep this one fully saturated before they go off to old crappy circuits. Well, it's slowly turning on. Okay, let's take a look at something that I started setting up a while ago and then kind of, well, not totally forgot about, but stopped prioritizing because other things were broken and other things needed to happen. And that's, we have this fish oil pipe that's coming up to the base so that we can be making gearboxes. Which also needs shafts. Shafts are... oh, and solder. Okay, so I do need to get solder going up here, both for shafts and for... rails. So we've got tin. One of these is tin. Yeah, to here. I think the nearest lead is down here, unfortunately. Here. Yeah. Because here we fork off glass, and this glass goes... where does this glass go? This glass comes all the way up, doesn't it? Without ever forking again? Oh, beautiful. Okay, that's an easy one. We'll just send that whole belt up. Instead of splitting glass, we'll send lead and glass. All right. Done. That's going to take a while to buffer up, but... glass is still looking good. Woohoo! Personal RoboPort is done. What do we got left? We have a bunch of possible turds to grab. And I guess we can grab some of this because we will need military science, I think, for some things that we might actually care about in the future. So we'll grab this tech. And then we may as well enqueue the turds. They will take a lot of research to complete, but that's okay. Definitely not the world's greatest glass setup down here. This is glass setup 1. I could move some of my glass production up to glass setup 2, but glass setup 1 should be able to make enough. In theory. Alright, so let's get shafts, gearboxes, and I think brakes are the other kind of core. I mean, really, I need, no. Here we go. Yeah, I need mechanical parts is what I really need to be able to start making. And this is a lot of stuff. But fortunately, all individually, it's not that bad. So we're gonna start with whichever ones make sense to start with up here. I don't know. And we're gonna figure it all out one piece at a time. So, brakes I think are relatively straightforward. Oh, these need ceramic. I don't have ceramic up here. Okay. I've reached a point where I don't actually have a strong goal. My big goal was to get this stuff to work, and it's trying. Glass is still, you know, buffering, but it's trying. But beyond this, the next thing that I really need to do as far as, like, scalability of the base goes is scaling up rocks for more rubber. And as part of that, I had wanted to have this rock 2 bootstrapping. Did I add details to either of these things? No. I think I had determined that Phawagy needed something. Maybe not. Why did I think Rock Mark IIs needed me to wait until I had more stuff ready? This looks fine as far as the Vrock food. The Coon Mark IIs are fine. I should be able to start working on Phawagy then. Oh, was it the Spore Collector maybe that needs... No, that's fine too. Genuinely unsure. Or maybe I was just gating all of this behind wanting to get better power, and that would be gated behind machine components up here. That might have been my thought process. Not that one. Here we go. Yeah, so these are the first ones to build. Shafts, brakes, and gearboxes. And I guess I could start with just shafts and gearboxes, because I have the stuff for those. Ceramic isn't too bad to set up. I will have to do that. That's fine. But let's get an assembler making shafts and an assembler making gearboxes from those shafts. I think that's what we're gonna be looking at. And that is a solid place to start. So up here, let's grab some of these materials. We're going to want lead. And tin, and just, I guess, zoom right on by here. Lead and tin, right into an assembler. It would help if I had fuel up here, wouldn't it? And then what else do shafts need? Small parts and iron nexolite antimony special alloy. Okay. Small parts I'm already sending up here. So let's just like... You are... What are you? Shafts. And is this the iron nexolite antimony special alloy, or is that a different one? That is this one. Beautiful. Even in the right place. All right, and this makes a little more solder than we need, so we are going to box it as well. Because why not? And then shafts to gearboxes. What else are those going to need? Steel, duralumin, and titanium. All right. I have all of those things in various places up here. Titanium, duralumin, and steel. Yep, yep, yep. Probably want to buffer shafts too, right? Just not necessarily huge amounts of them. Gearbox. And titanium, duralumin, steel, and, well, the shafts. Okay. There's steel. Yeah, that ratio is hilarious, and I am never going to run this machine at full speed. Titanium and duralumin. All right. There's duralumin. and titanium. And that just leaves the fish oil, which I have routed part of the way up here. Nope. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. All right, fish oil. And that will be... stack of gearboxes. Whenever this one starts to make shafts. This is all going to be a huge drain on all of my alloy production. We will see how that goes. I probably only want one of these. Okay. Hey, I have a shaft. Oh, I have 2 gearboxes. Okay. And the other early part of machine components is brakes, which need steel, duralumin. This need a lot of stuff. Okay. We need to bring in the vitrolloy. Already have duralumin here. Brakes. Do brakes use the titanium? No. Okay. They do use steel, though. Put this, like, over here where I can start to think about these dependencies. Down here. Because I'm going to need to route in a lot of different things from a lot of different directions. So here is one of the things. Here is another of the things. Copper, glass, ceramic, the vitrolloy, which I finally have a consumer for. Okay. Small parts again. Copper, glass. Glass is here. So let's split that off. Copper already sort of comes up here, so let's see if we can make that work a little better for our purposes. And actually, this will be great, because I need fuel here. So if we just kind of split off everything that's not copper. We should be able to get all of these things. Fueled. There we go. That's not hacky at all. So now I just need ceramic and small parts. Always small parts. Small parts. I didn't really route up here in a useful way. Nor here. I'll split them here. All right, and now I just need a little bit of ceramic. Ceramic comes from clay. Let me find where I'm making ceramic already. Yeah. Clay and coke in a high-pressure furnace, and clay is just steam in a clay pit. And I don't need that much ceramic up here, so I can just build both of those things in one place. High pressure furnace, clay pit. Realize clay pit has a real output. Cool. So that can feed directly, and that's fine. Make ceramic. So I need steam here, and I have an electric boiler sitting around. So we're going to use that. And we're going to grab water. And this needs coke. And coke I have up here, right? Yeah. Oh. This is absolutely hacky to get all of these little bits and bobs of machine parts built out, but I don't really care. As always, I let the spaghetti win. I just... The amount of effort that it would take to get some of these things be really properly clean is just not worth it when I know that in some ways I'm going to be teching out of everything. Once we get rails and bots, we can start to think about building neatly. But for now, to quote the great Dosh Doshington, you can do anything you want as long as you say it's your starter base. And in Pyanodons, the first, 500 hours is a starter base. All right, that'll be ceramics, and that'll be brakes, and those will also need chest, so that it will build up to a stack of them. Shafts aren't even going to start building up until gearboxes are done, but that is okay. All right, so that's the early mechanical bits that came from... I keep clicking on things and I'm losing my place. Here, assembly 2. And I think in theory that's everything we need for trains now. Yes, it is. But also then further down we now have machine components somewhere. Yeah, machine components. And this is where we once again get into exclamation mark fun, exclamation mark. So, control panels, electronics, which, boy, that looks an awful lot like making green circuits. And I didn't even realize that this was a thing. Utility boxes, these are easy at least. And then mechanical parts, which combines control panels, utility boxes, shafts, gearbox, brakes, rubber, small parts, and steel. Cool. Before we can make these in any quantity, we're obviously going to need more rubber. Utility boxes aren't too bad. I could get these set up pretty easily, actually. Right up here. I don't think I have plastic on the bus for the mall right now, but I think getting plastic set up on the bus for the mall is straightforward enough. And then tin plate, copper plate, iron. Electronics? I'm not sure what those are actually used for. Because I look at, like, the actual power plants and stuff, and I'm not seeing them. Renewables? Tidal power? No, okay. FNEI, help me out here. Electronics. Usage. Okay, wind power. It's used to make a nacelle for wind power. Okay, and I'm going to need them for fast inserters. Oh, but that's the fast inserter 2 tech. That's a long way away. They're not used for the basic fast inserter tech. Okay, so I guess I don't have to make electronics right now. Cool. That's one less thing to worry about. In that case, control panels and utility boxes are the two main things, and then mechanical parts is kind of pulling it all together. All right, let's look at... For control panels, I need to send batteries up here. And I am making extras down below relative to what we need for our full circuit production. So it should be possible to send them up. Quartz ore, I mean, we don't have immediately, but it's not hard to get. I've got plenty of quartz mining going on here. Apparently this system has not been getting fuel. What? Oh, yeah, this is fuel. Sorry. I just want to make sure that I didn't accidentally disconnect the fuel pipe for like this whole half of the base or something awful like that at one point, because we all know how hard it is to measure this stuff. Oh, look, I did. It was hooked up through copper before. So this has been disconnected for a long time. All right, that should restart all of that stuff. Which, hey, it looks like some of that is running, which may mean we have some glass coming again. And these systems are running. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Looks like glass is still catching up. Okay. So we're still not running this system at full speed because we're still not making enough vacuum tubes for that. Hey, there we go. Brakes, gearboxes, well, and shafts that we can't see. Okay, let's, where was I? Keep distracting myself. Control panels. So I need to send batteries up, and I need to grab the quartz ore. So let us do that. Let's get what we need for batteries to go up. Gonna grab a few things here. Make sure my inventory is relatively prepared. Ooh. Oh. This needs some handling. Actually, you know what? Instead of merging this in here, let's do something a little different. Let's take this out here. We're going to go all the way up here, and we're going to make this a priority input to our whole biomass management, so that we're always dealing with the biomass from recycling before anything else. And there we go. That should unblock recycling. That was a fun little exercise in unexpected bugs. Okay. We're still making very little ash, which still has me very concerned. How do we keep making less and less ash? All right, well, like I said earlier, I don't think there's a lot I can do about some of the bottlenecks floating around. And as long as the whole system is still functional, like, are we losing wood production because we've run out of ash? Well, actually, yes. That is a problem. Routing recycled biomass into this system will help. What is this belt of biomass for? I don't even know. Why do I have a belt of biomass? Oh, it's for fish. Okay. All right. Batteries need to go up. Is there an existing belt that I can share with these with? Probably not. Well, actually, this is stone from a very, very small nickel operation. We could split this belt. I just have to make sure that I split it again in the right place up here. Which will probably be like here. Batteries. And then, once again, we're kind of doing the dance of figuring out how to route a belt through the busiest part of the base. Oh. There. Ah, and we're here now. Okay. So yeah, let's hang a right. Of course. And where does all that need to come in? I've been doing all this stuff up at this end, so I guess I also want to be doing the other bits and pieces of this over here, because I'll need to route them all out for assembly somewhere. So I guess we're going up here-ish. So let's do that. All right, this is now vaguely where I want it. What do I need again? Okay, for the control panels, I need batteries, circuit boards, glass plates, and quartz. Got it. In that case, maybe we don't come up here. We go over here instead. Because over here, I've already got plates and fuel. That'll be batteries there. Circuits are right here. So that just leaves glass and quartz to hook up to this. Glass I've got here. Not totally ideal, but I'll figure it out. There we go. Quartz, and, you know, assuming the batteries are actually making their way downtown. Looking good so far. Yep. All right. Well, we're past most of the parts that I thought I would have really messed them up in, so I think batteries are going to be here momentarily. Oh yeah, there's a heap of them. Cool. So that just leaves quartz for this one. So let's get some quartz. I make a crystal mine. Yeah. I don't think I need another crystal mine. I think there's plenty of quartz over here, but may as well make it dedicated. It doesn't hurt. Oh yeah, I'm not using anywhere near the full belt that I'm producing here. Ah, there we go. All right. Then here, each of these two halves is now making slightly more than half a belt, so we just prioritize our output to glass production, and then the rest of this can come in for making our control panels. Cool. And I did not bring anywhere near enough belts over here for where this needs to go. And the other question, of course, is how do I want to route it? I guess over the top makes more sense, doesn't it? Looking at the map. Yeah. What do these stack to? 100? Alright. Probably same with these. Yeah. And I assume same with shafts. Yeah. That's gonna take a while, but that's okay. Am I out of landfill? No, I have landfill. What I probably have are some bots that are very, very, sad and tired and assigned to jobs, even though they can barely get to me. That seems to be what happened. Where are you? Big quartz. All right. Let's zig this down. And right through here. Oops. Okay. And I'm not going to put an inserter on that yet because I want it to use up all the ones that I needed to dump here. But that is everything that we need for these, whatever they're called, control panels. The next machine component, because they never end, is the utility boxes, which are easy. Simple circuit boards, plastic bars, copper plates, iron plates, and tinned cable. All right. And again, we've got most of what we need for that right here. Tinned cable, let's get this copper belt routed through, and we'll figure out tinned cable. Ooh, that's, ooh. This is a pretty rough area to be trying to get another underground through. Let's do this. Like that. And like that. Yeah! Cool. And then we're going to have two machines like here and here. One of them making cable. One of them making tinned cable. Then we will also send up tin. That is tinned cable. And that probably feed directly into utility boxes. Yeah. A couple of those. Copper is needed here. Not a ton. And then circuits, plastic, and iron. All right. Circuits are here. Those will come right through. Iron is here. That'll come right through. then I'm going to filter this to just iron plates. Because otherwise what can happen is it'll get stuck. If it picks up fuel at the same time one of these do, they can grab different kinds of fuel, and it can get confused. And that's not what we want. Then here, we're going to send through circuits. So this just needs plastic and its output. This is a very, very messy build, but this doesn't have to scale. This just has to be enough machine components for me to be able to build the buildings that I need moving forward, right? This is mostly going to sit and run in the background while I'm doing other things, and then I grab the parts that I need to make buildings. So it's very low volume and very low priority. Let's get plastic. I don't think I'm sending plastic up here at all, but I'm making it like right over here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, I think plastic all goes pretty much straight down. So we just need to grab plastic here and route it up and over to where we need it. That's not difficult. Let's grab another 1,000 belts, because apparently I'm going through them. Where are we and where do we want to be? I think we want to be going along here-ish. I mean, the options are along the bottom or along the top. I think the bottom's cleaner. What an absolute mess. The spaghetti is real, but there we go. That will be utility boxes when all is said and done. And then, is that really everything for machine components? Brakes, control panels, gearboxes, shafts, utility boxes, rubber, small parts, and steel plates. Okay. So now all of these things that I'm making in all of these little mini factories need to start coming together and being dragged along on belts up to where they can be merged into machine components. That is exciting. So that's going to be control panels and utility boxes on a belt. Over here, I should be able to get gearboxes and shafts and yeah, gearbox. Okay, gearboxes, shafts, and brakes aren't all going to be on one belt. That's okay. Small parts I can snake through, I think. Just barely, but I can snake them through. Okay, so here's small parts. And I will also need to find rubber. This is rubber. Yeah, this is rubber. Perfect. I can deal with that. That is small parts. And this belt here is rubber. Actually, what I can do is I do this. Turn that around the right way. I split this here. Do that. That's small parts and rubber now. There it is. Steel is easy enough. Steel is here. Set up the output. Okay, and then what's left is gearboxes, shafts, brakes, and I gotta get fuel up there. Do I have a fuel-only line somewhere? No. Okay. Do it here. Output left is just iron. Plate. Means right is just fuel. Then I split the fuel back on and send it through like here. Rubber is going to be very, very low volume. That's just how the base works right now. So gearboxes, shafts, and brakes. All right. Shafts, I think I'm going to run on their own because I've already got them right here. Shafts will split. Some will come over here. They're going to come in right here. And gearboxes and brakes, I should be able to run in here. And hopefully I get a milestone for this, because I feel like I deserve it. No? Oh, yep, there it is. All right. Mechanical parts. This is the messiest factory that I have built in a while. I have fully let the spaghetti win here, but that's a big achievement. This is like the stuff that is needed for the whole next generation of buildings, so this is a really big win. Obviously, again, it's going to be very, very low volume to begin with. We're really not making enough shafts. I might actually... Maybe I'll make this double up the number of shafts we're making. I don't know. None of this is ratioed. But it will at least get things rolling. Okay, with all of that done, what is my next mission? So machine components were kind of what's necessary to start looking at... Sorry, mechanical parts. I don't know why I keep saying machine components. Oh, because that's the name of the technology. Okay. We can start looking at getting a salt mine built eventually, once we build enough of those mechanical parts. And that will give us what we need for molten salt to be able to get an oil power plant going. And that will eventually come up here where we're burning off heavy oil to make lower pressure steam. We will want to be converting that heavy oil instead to kerosene and burning it. Burning the kerosene to heat molten salt, and that'll give us much, much better electricity conversion, which is what we need. Looking here, we are pushing more oil through, which is good. The throughput of this is, you know, the kerogen is limited by how much stone we're actually pulling out, and at the moment we're pulling out a decent amount of stone, which probably means that something's running. Our ash for wood is still bad, and I'm going to need to think about how I want to improve that. Because I think, yeah, pretty much the whole fuel belt should now be no longer contain biomass, right? Except for the parts that are, you know, very low volume and drain slowly. We should be seeing biomass work its way out of the system, which is good, but I'm also just not seeing as much demand on this belt as I thought I would to pull things through. Like, surely up here, where we're running all this stuff, we should be pulling... I mean, I guess these machines just don't use that much power, right? That's part of the problem. Quote-unquote problem. Yeah, and up here we still have a bunch of biomass that hasn't been filtered out yet, but that's a temporary state of affairs. I wish there was an easy way to turn... Well, maybe there is an easy way to turn moss into biomass. Surely there's like a moss composting recipe. Yeah, 15 moss to 13 biomass. And I can turn that into ash. That might be worth doing, because then I'm effectively turning stone into ash. And I'm +1 to the idea of turning stone into ash right now. Big thumbs up to that idea. What do I need to be able to do that? I need a compost plant, which I have never built. Oh, yeah, I can build one. How big are these? Not too bad. So yeah, if I was just going to put one, like, here, start feeding it, oof, that is not the most ideal positioning for any of this, and I know that this is an important power line, so we're just gonna reconnect that. And then this can go right over here. And that can merge in there. Although, I might want to route this up separately. Yeah. Let's route it up at least partially separately. Now that I'm thinking about it a little more. Just to, like, here. There we go. That way, any biomass that's in this system is... This can potentially spit out... But between the two of them, they would have more than half a belt, is what I'm trying to say, when this spits stuff out on this side. So... we just avoid that. What is this? Oh, this is left over from when I had steel here. This can all go away. And then, does this need to be lane balanced? It probably should be lane balanced. Okay. Better. That should behave better when it meets this, because this is a double-sided belt. And, like, this won't be a ton of ash, but it will be a bunch of ash. You don't have aluminum. Fascinating. You don't have antimony. Also fascinating. You don't have... What? Oh, are we completely backed up on gravel again? How? Did I break it when I redid? Oh, we're actually full. Okay. Can't be mad about that. I want to be, but let's take advantage of this situation here. Grab a few stacks of these and just I had started to do some concreting up here. I think it was up here? Yeah. Oh, there we go. And I just used like 8,000 concrete. It goes fast. But that should unblock gravel processing again. Ugh. So is that what broke aluminum? Or is aluminum broken for some other reason? No, that must be what broke aluminum. Does aluminum make gravel? I don't even know. Yes, aluminum does make gravel. Okay. So that'll fix aluminum. Gravel's also going to be what's blocking antimony. So these should turn themselves back on. This one might take a little while for the belt to drain enough, but it'll try. It's trying. Yeah, it's going to be a while. We're going to have to drain this whole right-hand side of the belt before it even starts on the left-hand side. I probably need to buffer this and have an alert. Or I guess I could have the alert on here. Be like, yo, concrete is above 10,000. Alternatively, warehouses and deposits are options. Not my favorite options, mind you, but options. I guess I should check on my landfill, too. How's that? Okay, that's not nearly as bad. Oh, is soil our limiting factor right now? I guess so. Yeah, 3 gravel a second is basically defining our rate. So that would be Well, 3 soil a second, then. Oh, and this makes 2 soil a second. Okay, yep, I do need 2 of these. That's easy. That will improve our... Oh, I've got a stack of them. Okay. Can I fit 2 of these in here? That might be the hard part. Oh, what belt this is? Oh, batteries. Okay. And that's fuel, so I gotta be careful with that. I can do, I think, here. I'm gonna have to reroute batteries around it. Is use these soil washers. Nope. That doesn't fit. Oh, but if I move them down, they will. Okay. Yeah. I can do what I want to do here. I'm going to use the soil washers as my pipes, basically. Ooh. Nope, that's also in the way. Okay, yeah, we can make room for all this. This'll work. There. Okay, that should consume slightly more stone from our, slightly more stone now for landfill. Gravel is once again flowing on through. Oh, that's right. This needs steel to run at, like, full tilt forever. Which maybe I should set up. Because surely I have steel around somewhere that I can borrow. Hey, look, steel. Okay. How do I get that down here? I think I need to take it. I mean, through here really would be ideal. So we're going to do that. Let's go through here. No. And down here, we've got this. And here, this is in the way. Okay, maybe this is the wrong spot to try to do this then. We can also grab it up here, and maybe that's the better choice. Done. Problem solved. Yeah, this is a lot easier. This will just come right over here. I can thread this right through. For that long-handed inserter. And now, yeah, this has a stack size limit, but now we should always have our stack of refined concrete available when we need it. That also compressing? Yes, it's 2 to 1. Cool. Yeah, I should have set that up quite a while ago, to be honest. We're still right on the edge power-wise, but I do think now that we have mechanical parts running, we theoretically have options with respect to some of those things. What are we waiting on, by the way? Always rubber. Perfect. That is, I mean, not quote-unquote perfect, but it does mean that we will... What does this stack to? 100? Yeah, good luck with that. So as far as the optional branches of tech go, building up Phalogy and Rock 2s, which I keep talking about and have been talking about for weeks, is I think the next kind of big upgrade, and that would get us a lot more rubber. But... Oof. And I can't easily... Well... Easily is relative. I need to reroute... Well, there's just a few pipes here, actually. 4? What do we have? Formaldehyde, methane, oxygen, and Zogna. Okay. Yeah, I could reroute all of those, actually, without too much terror. Something else I wanted to check was the state of... Yep. That's interesting that it does that. I guess it's fine, but... Yeah, these are all backed up on empty barrels. And these ones don't have any water barrels. And this should eventually start pulling from the other side of the belt. So again, it's fine in the limit. It's just a weird failure state of the way the output is built. And I assume we're still blocked on glass. Yes. Glass is not coming as fast as it was, and that concerns me. Oh, not enough hot air. Really? Is that true for everything? That is true for everything here. Okay. Is that just... this is at its limit? Yeah, I think this is just at its limit. No. Oh. Can this not consume all of the coke oven gas fast enough? Is that the problem that we're encountering? Output full? Output full. Yes, okay. So I need another one of these oil burners down here to finish burning off the coke oven gas. And that should help with our glass throughput. Are we getting any closer to No. Oh boy. I'm looking at this lead and glass coming up here now. Oh, because this is all getting pulled this way. Yeah, no. I need to change this. Okay. I'm gonna change this. I'm gonna make this... lead plate only, on the right. And then glass plates there. There we go. We might need to make more lead too. But glass up here, I'm going to start manufacturing glass up at the top. Because obviously this is pulling a lot of glass all the way up here. And that old glass build is not ideal. Yeah, this is just kind of constantly pulling glass right now. So let's get another glass belt going here. Means I need a glass works, which needs steam engines, inductors, and bricks. Oh my. I should have bricks around here somewhere, right? Yeah, here we go. What will this make? 2.3 a second. All right. Love to see that. Let me grab a bunch more belts, and we'll finish getting that wired down into the system. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna bring it in like here. Priority input left. And then like that or so. And that way, effectively, I want this glass to drain, and then this will come in and fill up the remaining space. And then I want that to kind of come right down here, and it is kind of coming right down where I want it. Great. Yeah. That, I think, will do what I want here. Assuming that it's all hooked up in the right direction. Oh, and that I give the outserters power. Okay, so that should lessen some of the demand on the glass down below. You know, I wonder if it makes sense even to not have that glass feeding even to here and feed this from the upstairs glass. It's probably not the most important tweak I can make to the base right now, though. What do I need for another... Oh, I already made it. Cool. Let's head down and get that in place for the hot air down there so that that is running more efficiently. If we want to see what it looks like for just a moment, I could put some glass in by hand. Okay, this is what needs to be rejiggered. Lovely. Okay, each of these makes 12.5 per second. So we're making 37.5 a second at 750 kilojoules. So that's 28 megajoules. Each of these will consume 14.8 megawatts, which is just over 28 megajoules. Okay. So that appears to be sufficient. And yeah, I think this is spiking slightly lower every time it spikes. So I think we're okay here. And these should be running at full capacity. Well, except that these don't have the... Yeah, these are all running full-time now, I think. Well... At least I didn't split the grid again. 500 megawatts is definitely the whole thing running all at once. But I am impressed. Yeah, I think that's going to have to be the first big project with the new machine components, or whatever they're called, is a new power plant of some sort, taking advantage of the machine components. Whether that ends up being oil or biomass, I'm not really sure. Oil would be good. Oil is just a straight up improvement without a lot of infrastructure upgrades necessary, I think. Like, I'm pretty sure I can just take this heavy oil, turn it into kerosene, and immediately get better return on energy invested. But that's a... there's only a few things that I need to build to do that as well. If I find where the heck power is. So we're gonna need the salt mine, obviously. And I need to find where I can mine salt from. We're gonna need the heat exchanger and the turbine, which are both pretty expensive in terms of mechanical parts and the various intermediates that they consume, but I think we only need one of each. And then the oil power plant itself, which again, pretty expensive in terms of mechanical parts. Maybe I should try to do that now. Do I have salt in easy grabbing? That's the first. Yes, I do. And actually, I have one, like, up here, which isn't too bad to get it over to where I'm going to need it. Or really, I can do the molten bit here, I think. How do I make molten salt? Not hot molten salt. Cool molten salt. Okay, that needs an oxygen furnace. Yeah, so I'd want to bring that over to some place where I have the stuff I need for oxygen furnaces to run. So I'd want to bring that over, like, here. Because over here I have, well, oxygen furnaces, in fact, already running. So I've got the oxygen and I've got fuel for them. So I'd want to generate the salt here, and then I can pump it over here to where I set up the kerosene processing. Heavy oil to kerosene is... I'll have to see, in theory, how much heavy oil I can generate from this patch. And, you know, I don't need to build for full capacity, necessarily. I just want to make sure that I don't back it up on the shale oil. Yeah, let's just switch to YAFC and see what that looks like. Let's do that. Let's do an oil power page. So we're going to bring in Keragen, and we have 2 belts of it, which we turn into shale oil, and which we turn into condensates. And that should be... Sorry, I'm just double checking that my base matches that math. Yes, I do have 4 reformers. Okay, so to turn heavy oil into kerosene, I'm going to need 4 olefin plants. And then that is going to be used as fuel for hot molten salt. Ooh, and up to 6 oil power plants. That is expensive. But only 1 heat exchanger. And only 1 electricity doodly-doo. Okay. So we can get started grabbing the buildings we're going to need for this. The heat exchanger and the turbine. And then 6 oil power plants is a lot, but we might start with 1 or 2. I can leave the kerosene burning on overflow, right? I can start with 1 and grow them. And I may as well just make the 4 olefin plants. They're not that expensive. I don't think, anyway. What do you need? Nah, you're not that expensive in the grand scheme of things. That's making too many intermediates. And then for the, let's see, high pressure steam turbine, 4 brakes, 3 gearboxes, a shaft, 2 utility boxes. Okay. Utility boxes. I'm going to assume brakes and gearboxes haven't started to pile up yet. Oh, they're trying. Grab some brakes and gearboxes. Grab some shafts. Some more steel and more duralumin. All right. There's that. Oh, and that was a milestone. Got to take my screenshot for the Discord, as always. And then the heat exchanger, oh, needs a mechanical part. And an automated factory, which uses some of the intermediates that we have, but that's okay. Heat exchanger. And then the oil plant. Here it is. Oil power plant. Bunch of steam engines, some more circuits, some more steel, some more duralumin, some more intermetallics, a little bit of glass. Okay. And what am I missing? Iron and a bunch of steam engines. And the first oil power plant. Love to see it. Let's actually make 2 of those out of the 6 that we need. Why not? It's easy enough to grab more pipes. Steam engines. A little more steel. And what does this want me to have? A little more iron plates, I guess. All right. So presently, this is pushing all the heavy oil directly across here. We don't want that anymore. We want that on an overflow. I greater than 80, sure. Now this will go up to... Oop, and of course, that's not what I wanted. Up here, I guess. Could have spotted any. I don't think I'm going to end up using that uranium patch. It's too close to my base to be useful. And I should have 4 olefin plants in my inventory. Okay, and those will just go side by side. That's easy. Oh. Is that really it? It's just uses a little electricity and turns one thing into another? I'm so I'm always expecting things to be much harsher than that when I'm playing hard mode. For some reason, I've learned to trust nothing. I wonder how that happened. And then, how big are these power plants? Big. And we're going to have up to 6 of them. Beautiful. All right, and then cool salt is input here. Just need to figure out alternatively. Yeah, that should work. Okay, so we have cool molten salt. We have the kerosene itself. And then pressurized water. Okay, 1 pressure pump is enough. I didn't even think about making that, so do I have one? Pressure pump and water pump as well. Let's find... Okay, yeah, we have lots of water sources around here. That's easy. So then the heat exchanger needs to run off of all of these. There it is. Oh, that's small. Unexpectedly small. Okay. Pressurized steam from hot salt will make steam and cool salt. All right. And then that steam goes right on into this. And that's it. We need the pressurized water. So that'll be like there, and pressure pump there. Oh, of course, inputs and outputs are not across from each other on the pressure pump. I forgot. Losing my mind. There we go. That's okay. They don't need to be right across from each other. I can just route the pipes. I'll survive. Pressure pump. Water in, pressurized water out. Awesome. And then the recycled low pressure liquid sodium needs to come down here. Okay. So that's all of this basically set up. The last piece of this that needs to happen is that this salt needs to be filled up by salt that we make molten from a salt mine. And that'll just be done with a top-up valve into this system. Somewhere like here. And maybe I should put a small tank there. Doesn't have to be a big tank. But just a buffer. Yeah, you'll do. And then this is a top-up. Oh, less than 80. Cool. So now we just need to set up our salt mine and our oxygen furnaces, or probably singular furnace. I don't think we have to be producing molten salt regularly, because this is fully self-contained, this loop. This recipe doesn't lose any salt. So going through this loop, yeah, we just need to be able to top it up the first time. And then as we add more of the oil burners, they will need their own... we'll need to add a little more salt to the loop, obviously. Oh, did I not actually make the salt mine yet? Let's grab that, and I guess I should also grab what I need for an oxygen furnace, because I'm going to need that too. So I can make that. Beautiful. And then the salt deposit is up here? Yeah. Oh, good. What's the input fluid for this thing? Oh, is it just a fuel? Okay. Okay, I could do that. I've got fuel. I've got fuel actually right somewhere around here. Oh, that was way too far. I was not paying attention to where I was going. Okay, there is salt. And then I'm going to take this over, as I was saying earlier, all the way over to where I've got iron production happening, because I have all the stuff that I need to run the oxygen furnace over there. Oh, and that is not properly connected, because I am bad at dragging belts. All right, and then I guess right up. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Here-ish. What's that? Niobium. And oxygen furnace. Come on, inventory. There we go. Making molten salt. Oh, this doesn't actually need oxygen. Cool. That's fantastic. Okay, so this will take up to 10 of these a second, which... Sure. Why not? May as well. All right, that should just have to catch up. I need to grab some more belts so I can bring fuel up to that furnace. And then I think I have enough pipe to get where we need to go. So we're going to send fuel right from here. Yep. Two inserters should be way more than enough for this. And once again, I'm making the mistake of powering the things that run my power off of the main power grid, which is going to be cool. I'm calling this temporary. We'll see how that turns out. What? Oh, did this end up with normal water in this pipe somehow? What? Yeah, you have 2,000 pressurized water. So confused. There we go. I'm not sure how water got into this part of the system, but it has been resolved. So in theory, once this other bit turns on and starts pushing salt into the system, we should start generating kerosene power. Here, I can help with that. Oh, how much do we need for this recipe? 300 for one recipe. Okay. Maybe I can't help. Maybe I should have just waited. How much molten salt does this spit out? 100. Okay. Which is not enough for the furnace to turn on, or for the rest of the system to turn on, I don't think. I think we're going to need a little more. Yeah. So this output, cool. And then that should have been pushed through past this, past these, which means it should be sitting in these. These each need 500. Okay. So it's going to take 10 crafts of that, yikes, to get both of these fully prepared. All right, there we go. That'll get itself turned on. Yeah, we're really sitting right on the edge of power. I'm wondering if this thing makes enough, I mean, yeah, it makes 10 a second, but it can only spit out 7.5 a second. But unfortunately, I can't collect from it myself. So I don't think there's any way to, until I get red belts, I don't think there's any way to get the rest of it out any faster. There we go. Although, with only one belt of this stuff coming through, probably 7 inserters is fine, now that I think about it. I was like, this'll take 10 items a second, but, like, I can't actually push that many down this belt. I was just talking about that. So yeah, this is plenty of inserters. It's as good as it's gonna get. And then, as far as the actual kerosene goes, oh, we're backing up on kerosene. Cool. Do I have a tank? Do I want a tank? I want a tank. I'm gonna put a tank on kerosene, just so it's there, just so it buffers a little bit. Try to even out some of the inconsistencies in our production of shale oil, right? Because it's dependent on our stone demand. So the more we can smooth that out, and, you know, if we size this for, it's sized for a third, right, of our full potential shale oil, then if we ever push a little bit of extra, it'll buffer. If we're not pushing quite enough, it'll pull from the buffer, but we assume a third draw. And if we see these running consistently, and I'm not really sure how to measure that, other than just checking on them every once in a while and, you know, seeing what this system looks like. But if this system seems like it's backing up, you know, we grow it, right? We just add more oil power plants as needed. All right, that's half of it. I'm not sure I have anything to do except sit here and wait patiently for this to craft 5 or 6 more times to get the system kick-started. I am glad that I made a buffer over here, though. This... I was going to say water tower, salt tower. My pillar of salt over here, that... Because when I install these, I don't want the system to grind to a halt, right? And this will have, you know... Yeah, 10 kiloliters isn't a lot, but it's more than enough to buffer installing a couple more power plants. At least in theory. Alright, output full here. Fluid ingredient shortage here. Yeah. These are both fluid ingredient shortage. Yes. Wired. Oh, no. Okay, that's not... I was worried that this recipe needed the power plant to be heated, and I was terrified for a second. But no, these don't have a heat input. They don't have a heat input. I'm okay. I'm scarred by heat inputs. Alright, 2 more crafts. Realistically, a little more. But I think the first one should kick off after 2 more crafts. And we should see this roar to life. And, you know, if this thing was running at full capacity, it would nearly double my available power. So it is a big step forward. It won't run at full capacity, of course, until I figure out more stone consumption. But in the short term, you know, this is running at what, a quarter, maybe a quarter. Actually, I could find out. Over the past 10 minutes, 520 teragen a minute. What is that per second? Is 8.6 per second, which is, yeah, 28%. So it'll run a little more than 1 of these power plants, a little less than 2. Oh! They're running. This is running. Oh, look at that. Not running consistently yet. We don't have enough molten salt in the loop for them to be running consistently. Oh, but it's beautiful. That is oil power, and that is huge. I mean, I cannot stress enough how huge this is to have this thing able to run now. It's also going to drop the demand on all the rest of my power sources when it's running, which I have some concerns about. But yeah, it's pulsy still. But is that... It's not pulsing on fuel, right? It's pulsing on being able to get the hot molten salt. Yes, we're still pulsing on hot salt. So that's just this system still catching up. And it's going to be running for a while to get enough hot molten salt into the loop. That these things can always be running. But they should be running more and more consistently as time goes on. And I am going to call it here. This is a great achievement. This was a triumph. So, yeah, thank you very much to everyone who tuned in today, and thank you to everyone who watches these on YouTube. You are all always very, very appreciated. If you're watching on YouTube and feel like doing something to feed the algorithm, that is also always appreciated, although never required. If you'd like to see this live, it is recorded live on Twitch, and the link to my Twitch page with my schedule is in the doodly-doo down below, where you will also find a link to my Discord if you want to hang out and chat with folks about Pyanodons or Factorio, or anything else that I am playing. Yeah, thank you all once again for watching, and tomorrow's stream is a miscellaneous stream day, so I am not 100% certain what it's going to be, but I'm thinking Cogmind, which I have barely started playing, so stream is a good excuse. And then Pyanodons will resume on Tuesday, as it usually does. Yep, that is everything. Thank you one more time, and I will see you tomorrow.